But the very fact that the green building rating systems, etc., obviously it is a commercial proposition. Now, recently I had an opportunity to be a part of an international webinar conducted by United Nations Environmental Program, wherein, I mean, there is a new concept. See, what happens is, forget about the green building rating systems, forget about sustainability practices, etc. Unless every individual, and especially civil engineer, etc., we all consider environment itself as one of the basic infrastructure that is provided to all of us. If that is not considered, we are only talking about built environment, we are talking about how to reduce the carbon footprint as the built environment, and we are also to some extent talking about reducing the utilization of the natural resources. But this very essence, quintessence of the entire sustainability, according to me, is actually all of us should accept the fact that environment that is given to us, that is what I'm talking about, the natural environment itself given to us, is one of the most required and critical infrastructure provided to human beings. And how do we protect that? Unless that goes into every psyche of this nation, we will not be able to develop sustainable society. But together, coming to specifically about the green rating buildings, yes, they are a good platform to begin with. They guide us. They give a lot of criteria. At least without doing something is definitely better than to start the project. We should take those criteria, and they will definitely help us. And as indicators, as lighthouses, which show us the light, at least we can start traveling in that direction. But ultimate true analysis comes only into the analysis of the building. What we are talking, and the entire focus of the session has been a pre-use phase of sustainability analysis, and also sustainability analysis throughout the life cycle period. So this commercialization cannot happen, but slowly as more awareness comes into the picture, I think we will come out of it. But ultimately, the analysis based on every climatic region should come into picture. It cannot be a very common standard criteria that is applied to the whole world. And that is exactly what is happening now. Especially if you take some of the leading green rating systems, their criteria is exactly same at the American level, in the USA, and also in India. So that should not happen. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sabnis. Next question. Anyone has a question? Okay. In that case,
yes.
Hello. Mr. Girish.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this.
Yeah.
My question is perhaps to all the panel members, whoever can take it. Now, is there a portal, or is there a go-to sort of a database wherein if I am an ordinary contractor who has been working for the past 10-15 years, and I would like to go and decide whether I have to construct a brick wall, solid block masonry wall, or a hollow block wall, or a monotone block. So is there any portal where an ordinary contractor with a civil engineering background can go and start selecting material very simply and with very, not going very deep like a PhD scholar? So is there any portal, or where is the go-to resource? Thank you.
Who would like to take it up?
Yeah.
Dr. Kagal, are you there? Would you like to take up this question?
He said no PhD people should answer this.
No, I'm sorry. That is misinterpreted. I told that if I am not a PhD scholar, I am an ordinary contractor with a civil engineering background. Where is the resource to go to?
Girish, I fully understood. I am just pulling your leg here. Come on.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
See, I think Ajit can answer. Ajit can answer, or Raghunath can answer. Raghunath is the right person.
Dr. Raghunath?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay. Specifically to Mr. Girish's question, I don't think so. There is a portal which is going to answer his queries. Okay. Having said that, I just want to state a couple of things here. Again, as I mentioned in during my session, this part 11 of NBC 2016 actually gives a whole lot of information of how to go about practicing sustainable construction. A good practicing engineer ought to refer this NBC. It's my opinion. Okay, any practicing engineer professional has to refer to the code of practices, and NBC is a very good document. And a good learner would always go to people who can share the knowledge. There are many people who are willing to share their knowledges, not necessarily the educational institutions or research institutions. There are many people who write blogs. You can just go through that and then get well-informed knowledge on that. Okay? So that is my answer. And coming to the other issue, I always feel that if one has to practice sustainable construction or one has to promulgate sustainable construction, we need to educate, engage, and encourage the society. That's very important. It cannot come as a rating system, or it cannot come as a rule, or it cannot come as a protocol. I think that's not the way. Green building rating systems is sort of at this point of time, I must tell that it has been sort of corporatized. It has not come to the common man as such. I'm sorry to use that word. I meant it in a positive manner. Educating, engaging, and encouraging people to practice sustainable construction is the way forward. Initially, of course, I know it is difficult. The low-hanging fruits are the places, individual houses, and then small construction companies, and then individual contractors. Such people need to be educated and encouraged, and then there has to be some kind of a motivation for them to take this forward. I think that can come. Maybe I can share a few thoughts on that at a later point in time. So that's my comment.
Yeah,
Mr. Girish.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Raghunath.
Can I come in, Raghunath?
Let me mute once and you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yeah, unmute yourself and come in. Ajit.
All right. Yeah. Girish, to your specific question, that whether any ready available portal is available, of course, Raghunath sir has already given you the answer. And elaborately, National Building Code is dealt with, we should follow it. But as an immediate solace to your question, there is a website, there is a portal which is called EDGE. I have come across this, Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies. I will repeat, Excellence in Design for Greater Efficiencies. It is called EDGE portal, and it is an extremely comprehensive and very informative website, wherein it is open to all. All you have to do is register yourself, and it actually answers all your questions. I mean, if you can, what kind of methodology, what kind of technology, what kind of material are you using? It fairly gives you a good idea. And I understand most of the architects who are also using this, and they have found it extremely satisfactory. You can probably not immediately, but I think after it takes a lot of time to go through and then get engaged to the website. There are a lot of things. It gives you the energy use, it gives you the what kind of water use, what is the basic case utility costs, design aspect of it, then materials aspect of it. All you have to do is some database data input that is required from the project points of view. I think this is one very useful website I have come across. And otherwise, you have several calculators for embodied energy. You give the plinth area, based on certain assumptions, they will give you the energy calculations, but they are not very. But this particular website, of course, I am in no way connected with this website, or nor I am publicizing it, but I am just telling you this as an information because I found this as a very positive note. And just today morning, the next work of ACCE Vertical Institute should be, we should actually come out with such an amount, such a kind of website based on, because we have the entire knowledge base here and we have several database which is available. We should be able to incorporate it, and then I feel ACC should come forward and then take this, create such kind of a portal, and that's my information.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sabnis.
I just wanted to add one thing, because Girish mentioned portal for contractors. The whole idea of all the exercises that ACC is doing to get in competent people to practice civil engineering. And the contractors now, if you look at the whole scenario, many of them are non-civil engineers. So even though contractors are responsible for execution of the projects, I think the competent certified civil engineers should be part of leading the projects. And once the civil engineers are involved, then automatically it is assumed that they are aware of all these provisions of sustainability. And the whole purpose of doing these kind of CDs by the professional bodies like ACCI is to educate civil engineers to practice what is the current trends or what is the future requirements of the society, and based on the sustainability requirements and sustainability goals, whatever is required to be incorporated should be incorporated by the civil engineers. And our job as a professional society is to educate our fraternity who are involved in this process. And I am sure all the civil engineers are aware of this, qualified civil engineers are aware of the aspects, because this is not a new phenomena that we are talking about. People have been practicing from long time, and sustainability connected issues are always there. And even when we are not even talking about sustainability like that, what we are doing now, engineers and architects have been practicing the sustainability concepts. So it is nothing new here, but only is we are giving a lot of focus as it is need of the hour. So I think we need to educate our community in all these aspects.
Raghunath, can I?
Yeah, Mr. Misra, please go ahead.
This is Rajkumar.
Oh, Rajkumar, yeah, please.
Yeah, apart from this portal, we have a lot of work which has so many papers published in the HDC goals on the goal number 9, 11 and 13. How the embodied energies and how to reduce the carbon footprint, and all the papers are there in your portal. What are the papers, and United Nations Development Program, it is there. People can access, anybody can access and get downloaded from there.
Okay, thank you. I think
could not hear him properly. Repeat, sir.
Sir?
He was mentioning about a lot of resources are available. Even the IGBC or LEAD portals give you a lot of information. How to use it effectively, it depends on the individual consultants.
Here, one more thing is, I would like to tell all the practicing consultants, we had the IGBC product there, and we have to choose what materials to be used, which company to be used. All those things we have to wisely use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yeah. Fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think Mr. Nanjun Swami has a question. Mr. Nanjun Swami, would you like to ask a question here? Would you like to come on? Well, if not, I'll read out what he has put up in the chat box. Is there a difference between protecting the environment and preserving the environment, which would be considered a strong sustainability paradigm? Any of the speakers can take it up.
I can answer this.
Yeah, go ahead, Rajkumar.
So always prevention is better than cure. So always conservation is environment conservation is always better than protecting it later once the damage is done. So this is my always conservation is always preferable than the protecting.
Okay. Which would be considered as strong, sustainable paradigm. Okay. Fine. If there are no other questions that are going to be raised here, see, we have received several questions online. If there are no other questions immediately being asked by the attendees, probably I'll ask some of these questions. One question is, in all the sessions that are covered, you have touched upon most sustainability issues from fundamentals to sustainability computation. With this as background, how can we go forward implementing sustainability practices on ground?
I mean,
Dr. Ajit, please, or anyone else?
Yeah, I can say this, but at the same time, Rangnath, I have a suggestion. So there are a lot of other senior members also who are participants of this. If somebody has got some ideas about, would like to make their remarks, if you feel time permits, we can actually invite them. That will be a good interactive session. Okay, and coming back to this specific question, like how do we go forward implementing sustainability practices? Okay, this strategy, I can say that it can be three-pronged strategy. We need to continue awareness programs across all the construction industry stakeholders. Then number two, including the students community, and probably provide sustainability data and know-how to all the concerned so as to act as some kind of a ready reckoner. Let us say these energy tables and then the list of alternative building materials, the methodologies, the technologies which can be used. And then also, as I said in the previous thing, like we need to develop some kind of a ready available navigators or calculators. I think this is the way we can probably go ahead. But there is to develop this kind of a very intensified calculator for the sustainability assessment, as we have talked and during this thing, and we can actually come together with some of the corporates or some of the companies who can actually take this up as a the CSR component of it, and then we should be able to do this. I think there are several companies who are willing to come forward and develop this as a part of their CSR component, and we should be able to do this. I think this will help us to implement, how do we actually practice, come and sustainability practices on the ground can be implemented. And as already discussed, a lot of things we need to handhold several construction sites and projects with a lot of data know-how. We ACC should be able to provide them.
Okay.
Only thing is we need to expand these three-pronged strategies which I said, and then we can take it forward.
Okay. There's a question in the chat box. I can't see the name. All government agencies should be pursued to adopt this approach for construction. Dr. Sabnitz, I think you can take this point. It is not a question. It's just a suggestion. Since we were talking about something on the government line today morning, something on that can be thrown, some light can throw on that.
Can I speak?
Yeah, please.
I'm Engineer Souza. Yeah, Engineer Jerry Souza here.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, basically, I have attended all the. I was very impressed with the contribution of towards his sustainability presentations. I'm basically a consulting engineer by profession, and I was appalled by his calculations and the way that he presented the document. Industry, I find that enforcing it is becoming a real issue, for the sense that it is a very complicated and very exhaustive procedure, and the time is again a constraint in today's industry. And most, if there could be some kind of agency or a training facility within the through the institutions like ACC, of which I'm a member, which will facilitate to implement this kind of ideas, which are wonderful ideas. Okay. On the other part of it, which I had posed another on the chat box, is why don't we try and introduce it to our education policy in all the architecture and engineering colleges? It has to be cultivated there, I feel. So there should be some kind of approach to add it into the education policy, either through environmental engineering sciences or through any other subjects which are there in architecture or engineering, because these are the fields which will actually enforce this kind of ideas and this kind of concept. So, Mr. Ajit, this is up to you. To consider this.
Yeah, sir, I didn't get your name, sir.
I'm Engineer Geronimo Souza. I'm addressed as Jerry in my.
Yeah. Okay. Jerry, where are you from?
I'm from Goa.
Okay. Jerry, to answer your question, I think as far as the inclusions in the academia is concerned, I think Dr. Ashwath will be the right person to answer you. All I can tell you is that a lot of efforts are being taken to include them in the education sector, in the academia, in the higher education, and new education policy is playing a greater role. If you need more details, I think you can get in touch. Dr. Ashwath will be the right person. And as far as the other government involvement is concerned, yes, you are absolutely right. See, I would like to, where ACC and all civil engineers connected with as members can play a very great role. It's very, somehow we have always been focusing, ACC, and we have always been focusing, or rather not focusing on the sustainability aspect till now, but somehow it has been geared up. Though there are a lot of, we keep on telling that sustainability is new, not new to the to civil engineers of India, etc., etc. But unfortunately, it is not being practiced at all. There is a big, huge missing link between the concept of sustainability where we had as Indians, but now since we have adopted to several modern technologies, construction methodologies, etc., in the bargain it has actually somehow, so we need to so we need to bridge the gap, and then we definitely need to bring in the new dimension, new shift to the sustainability aspect into the construction aspect of it, and then that is why it appears to be new. And what we talked about is not at all a theory, let me assure you. It is all available into an Excel sheet of this thing. All we need to do is, once we are ready with the bill of quantities, which is based on the real-time data, once that is ready, there are companies, for example, my own company does this, a lot of analysis. So we can definitely, that's why I said ACC should come out with all these kinds of things, and then we can actually develop a huge, it is a huge portal. It's going to be a huge, several data and figures will be, large figures will be involved, numerals will be involved. So we need to take it forward. And then as far as coming to your role of a government and getting into the government, this thing, yes. Now, see, this the entire agenda 2030 pertains to agenda. How do we implement SDG goals, which we have talked about it, and let me not get into that. And I recently attended to one of the seminars wherein, you know, what is happening is sustainable infrastructure is directly or indirectly impacting 14 to 15 sustainability development goals. So sustainability development infrastructure, where civil engineers are directly or indirectly play a very critical role, comes into the picture. So that is how we need to gear up and be a part of this Agenda 2030. Why I am referring to Agenda 2030 is every state, every country, and then subsequently narrowed down to every state. For example, in Karnataka, there is what is called voluntary disclosure of sustainability development goals. How a country has, what steps has it been taken, and similarly in a country, how a state has taken, what kind of steps have been taken to implement the sustainability development goals. These are called actually voluntary disclosures by the state and then voluntary disclosures by the country. For example, in Karnataka, I am in touch with Karnataka government, where Karnataka government says there is a vision document for the state of Karnataka which says Karnataka 2030. I appeal to all the panel members who are here. You can actually download Karnataka 2030, Agenda 2030, which is available on the net, and it is one of the beautiful documents. And this document completes and then talks only about the sustainability development goals and their implementation in Karnataka state. Thus, all states have that. The respective ACC centers in the different states can actually get on to their state, get connected and be proactive with these governments. So there were ACCE through the centers and also through the states can probably create a pan-India impact on sustainability issues. And this is my actually vision for sustainability from the ACCE platform. We should get into, it's high time that we should influence government and be a part of the government in realizing these sustainability development goals and help them, and then probably go together with them and then give them whatever the additional knowledge we have.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Not hearing you, Rangnath.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear you,
I think
sir.
Dr. Rajmane would like to share a few thoughts. I invite Dr. Rajmane, Nirmal Rajmane. Please come in. Unmute yourself.
Am I audible now? Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, series of lectures were excellent. But I wanted to know, I have put in the chat box also, if engineers talk about the cost involvement in using these ideas and decide, then this sustainability will not work at all. Because every engineers want to talk about the project cost and the what is the with reference to the what is the ongoing work, ongoing methodology, ongoing process. If this approach is met, it will not work. We should think about only what we can sustainability or eco-friendliness of the construction. In that case, we need not implement all these ideas in all the projects. At least we can take oath to use it in at least 1% or 2%, 10% of our projects without bothering about the cost. If this idea is brought out, it is very good. Okay, so cannot become otherwise successful. It is only discussion only, because I have been talking about embodied energy and carbon dioxide emission content for more than 25 years when nobody was bothering about it. Okay, first point. Second point, people are asking how to do the calculation. I say, because Dr. Subnis has got a lot of ideas. What we can do is ACC can create one committee, and private engineers or construction engineers, whatever agencies, they can submit their actually programs or construction plans and other things, and they can calculate and give them back for a cost. So if this implementation done, so everybody need not learn how to do this calculation. So a team of a good committed people will help to propagate this more ideas slowly. That's what my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rajmane. Any comments from any other speakers? If not, we'll move. There is one more question from Nagesh Kumar. Mr. Nagesh Kumar, would you like to come in? Okay. Mr. Sabnis, Dr. Sabnis, I have a point, my own question and my own thinking on this particular line, wherein the association, several people have asked, what can the association do for this particular topic? I was wondering if the association can take up seriously, just like Dr. Rajmane was mentioning, and form a committee wherein you can develop certain modules which will help the engineers to adapt all the sustainable technology ideas into the field with minimum effort. In other words, I'm just trying to say, supposing the sustainable index of various materials that are there, if a booklet is brought out highlighting all the materials and giving what is the sustainable index of that particular material. And similarly, supposing, of course, you have taken some live projects in your presentation and made a presentation as to how the sustainability indices are calculated and how the energy saving is calculated. But my point is, if you take up, say, a residential building, for example, you go into depth of each and every activity there, like the excavation, the foundation, the plinth concrete, like that, all points. Take only the residential building and probably give alternatives as to what alternative material should be used instead of what is being used currently, what is being practiced currently, to save the energy for a sustainable development of that. If some kind of a ready reckoner is formed, is brought out by the association, probably that will help without getting into the theoretical aspect of it, or without people trying to learn how to compute all these. Maybe this kind of a system might help in widespreading the technology and ensuring that it gets into the real world at a faster pace. This is just a random thought that came to my mind. I thought I'd just share this particular point. If it is possible, I think it will be really nice. Now that we have a institute working group within the ACCI, of which Dr. Sabnis is the chairman, probably this particular vertical can take up this task and see that in the coming years, things can be eased out and implementation of the sustainable development techniques are implemented faster.
Ranganath, can I comment?
Yeah, Dr. Kalgal, please.
Just continuing from what other panelists have already mentioned, like Dr. Raghunath and Dr. Rajmane also chipped in. The whole focus should be to simplify the approach. See, today what's happening, as was rightly mentioned, if you try to make it look complicated, people will not even start attempting it. And also there is no one rule which fits all. So let everybody in his project do even 5-10% effort to make it a sustainable thing. It will go a long way. Our country is so big that even if everybody contribute, like what Prime Minister was saying, if everybody walks one step, there is 130 crore steps. So that is how we have to look at it. So going from what Professor Raghunath was telling, this engage, educate, and encourage concept that he mentioned. Educate, as what you said, we should have some simple handbooks, simple tools to achieve minimum, like we have the common minimum program, minimum sustainability points. Like we used to think sustainability means only solar and rainwater harvesting. Now we have to go a little bit more than that and tell people that if you do at least this much, you are contributing to the world. And this encourage could be in two ways. One is recognition. So like we can give awards for those which are, following sustainable. And here again, when you go for awarding people who are looking for sustainability prizes, you shouldn't go to the big ones who are going for platinum. They're anyway doing it. If a small guy in a village, if he does something good for, his house, we should recognize such people. That is what will bring more masses into this kind of approach. This is my personal feeling. And going forward, probably we can convince the government, like BBMP, to give 2% concession in property tax if it is, if it is a sustainable building, or two, if it passes a certain threshold or something like that. So these are some things that I wanted to mention here.
In fact, there is a question that is sent across online. We say, shouldn't SDGs be strongly considered in preparation of master plans, such as the BBMP master plan? If so, how? What are the immediate steps to be taken? I mean, similar to what you have expressed, Dr. Kalgal, there is a question on that particular point as to why it should not be taken up with the government level and try and implement it.
Hello, Dr. Raghunath. Mr. Raghunath, can I come in? Ram Prakash here.
Yeah, Dr. Ramprakash, please.
Yeah, there are a few points I just thought that say. One thing is that charity, like what they say about charity begins at home, I think it should start at the ACCE, that we should have certain things that are going towards sustainability or implementation of sustainability. One of them is we should have an award in the awards group, however, whichever way it is sponsored, for the most sustainable design that has been made each year. I mean, that would give a big fillip in people looking into sustainability. And the second thing is that it should be made simple, as somebody was saying just now. Things should be made simple so that at the end of every design, you could make out how sustainable your design is, or how can you make it more sustainable. That would help all the members. I think Dr. Sabnis can see the modalities for that. And the third one is you should have instead of a group, you should have a chair or something which is constantly monitoring sustainability aspects all over India and all over the world. With that, that they can keep, let's say, on a monthly basis or in our publications, they can give us information about developments and the way to go. I mean, these are things which I thought I should tell you. And lastly, I know something about this EDGE organization. There are some organizations like this which are fostering sustainability aspects. So one of the things I feel is in all tenders, there should be a query regarding the embodied energy in the design that has been submitted, so that that will be a fillip. And these tenders are always evaluated on the basis of points. Suppose you say out of 40 you must get 30 points or something like that to qualify. There should be some 5 points for sustainability criteria in the design. That way, I think sustainability will get implemented. That's what I thought I'd share with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Can I?
Yeah, please, Rajkumar. Yeah, please go ahead.
Basically, in my opinion, in addition to what Kalgal sir said, the mapping of the resources available in a geographical area of the pan-India. See, basically, we have to map everything, and for the climatical conditions and geographical areas, we need to use the sustainable material as per the local conditions and local material only. That is where we can save a lot of embodied energies, which is in the form of the transportation and other things. So we have to have a blue book kind of a thing. What is the material available in which area? And there are projects where small, medium, and large. We have to categorize the projects and say small individual houses, they can use very beautiful local material available for them, and which are very sustainable. So we need to map the resource planning of the materials all over pan-India, maybe in worldwide. So accordingly, we need to look forward for the sustainable managing of the things for the future generations to come.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Rajkumar. Any other questions? I have a question here. What are the methods by which concrete can be made more sustainable? I think it is Dr. Kalgal's subject.
No, does somebody want me to repeat my talk, or?
Well said. Well said. Well said.
Just give the salient features of it.
Can I answer on behalf of Kalgan?
Yeah,
Yeah,
please,
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 please.
Dr. Raghunath. Go ahead.
I think Kalgal's lecture was one of the better ones in this. The simple answer to making concrete more sustainable is use less of concrete, use it efficiently. As I mean, that's what Kalgal would want to tell also.
Use less cement in concrete and use concrete judiciously.
Judiciously,
Use less
efficiently.
cement. What I mean by less cement means less OPC,
Yes.
so that it becomes more sustainable, and use concrete judiciously. See, people are unnecessarily wasting a lot and they are putting too much cement into a concrete. So they have to optimize, and then that is in nutshell, that is one thing that I can say. And what Dr. Ramprakash mentioned about charity begins at home, I was reminded that as long back as 10 years ago, 2010, central government passed a rule that all all new government buildings shall follow Griha norms. So there are well-meaning people in the government. We should not assume that government is not interested. Government is interested, but the country being so large, and it's very difficult to push any initiative and to make things mandatory. It's a double-edged sword. People will start blackmailing others, extracting things in the domain. So we are trying to bring it in a particular fashion, but all of us can contribute towards this effort.
And
I
stop
wish to
using the manually mixed concrete, use only ready mixed concrete and high grade concretes.
Now, I wish to say one thing, Raghunath.
Yeah.
To answer that gentleman who asked that question, we should not sweep it off. Dr. Kalgal is correct. He has given a lot of options of working on this particular subject as alternatives and things of the kind. Please refer his presentation to that gentleman, and he will be interested in pursuing some of that. That's what I would wish to say. Thank you.
And he is free to contact me if he wants any further help.
Yeah.
For the
And what Dr. Ashwath mentioned about RMC is an extremely valid point. See, today this is one another area where we waste a lot of things by mixing, by hand or by mixing it in a very inefficient way. RMC is the way to go. Unfortunately, it has some, mediocre people who run certain RMCs have brought a bad name to RMC. Actually, RMC is good, but the operators are not good. So we have to improve, and there is a qualifying method for them so that certified RMCs should be there and people should use RMCs.
Very true.
Moderator is missing.
Yeah, absolute silence.
Raghunath?
Of course, in the beginning of the program itself, somebody played Janaganamana, so we can stop anytime.
Yeah, okay, I think till Raghunath comes back.
Okay, Dr. Ajit, I have 3 questions in the chat box by Srikanth. I'll read out the questions.
Please.
Is solar energy sustainable or not? That was the first question. And second question is practicing sustainability is costlier than regular construction? And third question is, why not encourage buildings for sustainability by giving awards, promotions, rebates, etc.?
I think, can you just repeat the first question, please? Solar energy definitely is, any of the renewable energy is a sustainable energy. So is any of the clean energy options, but definitely solar energy is one of the most easily accessible. Only thing is at this point in time, because it is slightly expensive, not affordable to everybody, it is looking, but I think as the days progress, solar energy will be available abundantly, and it is going to be one of the very highly used clean energy options. So solar energy has an extremely bright future.
Yeah.
That is one part of it. The second one is as far as the wind energy is concerned, wind turbines are concerned, see that this wind energy is no doubt it is one of the most clean energy options, but there are a lot of questions, there are a lot of confusion. See, if the energy produced by a windmill or in the process, the energy what we spend for manufacturing the windmill is higher than the energy produced during its life cycle time, then it is a question. So there are data which are actually coming out in terms of the total cost involved in manufacturing the wind turbines and then the other components which generate wind energy. That is the confusion which actually is coming into the picture. So right now, there are a lot of tidal energies and other energies, geothermal energy. These are the things which are not very commonly used, but easily accessible is solar energy. So that is going to have a big future. The second part of it is, what is the question you asked? Can you kindly repeat?
Is practicing sustainability is costlier than regular construction?
It is not. It is not. Number one is simply because if you go through even National Building Code 2016 and its elements, everything, because everything is focused with available resources. So when you are trying to manifest the building using the local resources, available resources in and around you, and even the skill that is available in and around you, I think the total cost should come down. And this is a wrong concept that sustainable buildings are cheap buildings. No, they're not cheap. They may not be very cheap, but they're neither very expensive also. So, but in general, it is said across the world, the true sustainable building throughout its life cycle. It is not the initial investment I'm talking about. The total life cycle cost of a building definitely is at least about 25 to 30% less than the conventional building. This is what has been established by several researchers.
Okay, the third question is, why not encourage buildings for sustainability by giving awards, promotions, rebates, etc.?
There are a lot of awards at the national and international level. Only thing is people should look into it and then apply for it. But let me tell people that the green building rating is not the only criteria for these awards. There are several criteria which are included, and every award will have its own criteria list. So there are many awards which are already available.
Okay. There is another question from our Prahlad Deshpande ji. Rapid urbanization cannot be stopped. Can we move towards rural development?
Yeah, I think that anybody else can also answer. But in my personal view, reverse migration is automatically happening, and it has already happened because of thanks COVID. Reverse migration has already happened much earlier than the anticipated reverse migration. So this is going to happen, and then that is how I think it's a government policy. How do we develop rural areas and so that avoid congestion? I think people are working about it. And,
government, yeah. Sorry for interruption. Yeah, please carry.
Yeah, no. Go ahead, Rajkumar. Go ahead.
Yeah, there is a rural scheme by Government of India providing the urban facilities in the rural areas. So there are a lot of government is pushing, but nobody is implementing it properly at the district levels. So a lot of funds are lying, vacant there now. They are not utilizing it properly. So rural scheme already that reverse migration to progress the reverse migration only they have started rural scheme. So we have to actually channelize the available schemes and plannings of the government. Then we have to implement it. As a practicing engineers, we need to take it forward and educate the administrators and move it in a strongly. That is my advice to all the practicing engineers.
Kalgal here, just one comment.
Yes. The last comment.
Okay, last comment. It won't be lost, I suppose. The whole focus is on development, whether you do it in urban area or rural area. Now you're planning to shift all the pollution to rural area. Is that the question? Because development will come with lot of negatives. How to reduce those negatives is the focus of this entire series. Sustainable engineering series was not to deny or shift or do anything about development, but how to have development with lesser environmental cost. So we have to keep pushing that agenda rather than seeing whether government will pollute rural area or will pollute urban area. It's a matter of balancing. So the effort should be to have development with lesser impact on the environment. This is my last statement.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Kalga.
Correct.
Friends, I think we have overshot our time as far as this particular session is concerned. We'll be next having the valedictory function. If there are any more questions, probably you could always send it online to the association. Yeah, who's it? Shivalinga Gowda?
Rangnath sir? Yeah. I have just one question to Dr. Sabnis sir. The carrying capacity of the place in the context of sustainability. What is his opinion? I would like to hear.
Dr. Sabnis?
Yeah. What is the question? I didn't. What is the carrying capacity?
Carrying capacity of a place with respect to the sustainability. Actually, Dr. Rajkumar has mentioned about mapping of all the resources pan-India or state-wise with respect to the sustainability.
Yeah.
I think it is also related to that. So can anyone...
You mean carrying capacity means the SBC?
No. Carrying capacity of the place or any city or any developmental area. So, see, actually, the sustainability what we are looking at here, as far as the material and the construction point of view.
Transportation.
Yeah, the resources are mainly focused, and then thereby we are coming into the embodied energy and other issues. So
I understood your question.
Yeah.
Carrying capacity is essentially the transportation capacity. See, there is lot of transportation energy which gets included in the total life cycle analysis when you do the entire analysis, the energy analysis. So this definitely has to be reduced. And see, when actually compared to a total embodied energy component, the transportation energy component becomes much less. Okay, this is one point. Second point is the transportation energy depends on several aspects, starting from the type of vehicle you have, the efficiency of the vehicle, the fuel efficiency of the vehicle, the road, the condition of the road you travel on, the distance, and the mode also, whether you are transporting by ship or you are transporting, you are airlifting it. All these things actually come into the picture, and this is precisely the reason why the analysis should not be done only based on the embodied energy, but it should be based on the several aspects, including the transportation energy and the coefficient of transportation. That's why I've been recommending sustainability development index analysis. Number one. So this naturally, when you apply the sustainability rules and then say that you start preferring the local conditions, local materials, easily accessible materials, nearby materials, this transportation energy will automatically get reduced. So that is one of the reasons why it is more recommended that the locally available materials. And in addition to that, we know that the entire India has got 5 climatic zones. And these climatic zones also has got tremendous relevance to the local materials, how the materials have evolved, corresponding and responding to the local condition. It is just not that the igneous rocks are just not available easily in Karnataka. The climatic conditions of Karnataka is very compatible to the development of the rocks. So that is how granite becomes extremely acceptable, more suitable for Karnataka. And the same thing becomes true as far as sandstones are concerned with Rajasthan. So this is that is why the local compatibility has to be matched with the locally available materials and then used. And then this is how the transportation or the carrying capacity, what you are referring, will be addressed.
No.
Ajit, I just want to see here what Mr. Gowda is asking.
What I meant was not the transportation. The carrying capacity is the size of the population that can be supported indefinitely upon the available resources and services of supporting natural, social, human, and built capital. That means any place where we are going to develop has to be supported by the resources what we have actually. So even there is no resources and we start developing more than what is available at hand. So there is no question of sustainability. Sustainability actually is the world has to move with what we have. But how judiciously, as Dr. Kalgal was mentioning, how judiciously we are going to use those resources with meticulous and diligent way, that is where I think we are going to achieve some sustainability. Yes, Kalgal sir.
Yeah, no, Mr. Gowda.
I just wanted to add that this, social, environmental, and economic 3 pillars of sustainability that we all talk about is exactly this carrying capacity concept, because we are looking for an optimum level of development for a given place, depending on the physical, social, and other issues, as Mr. Gowda was mentioning. So, how much of development it can afford or it can carry? That is why the word carrying capacity has come. So I got your point, but it's very difficult to assess carrying capacity of each of these places. I mean, it's easier said than done.
Okay, I think with that, I think we should stop this panel discussion and question and answer session.
Can I make one last comment, sir?
Jerry, yeah?
Sir, can I take half a minute, sir? If you permit me.
Who is this?
This platform is very good with all you, with all of you wonderful panelists here. But I think the biggest stakeholder here is the government sector, where here huge projects are taken by them without measuring the sustainability or environmental impact. So in Goa we have a hot burning issues which are facing this problem right now, such as the power lines which are being drawn to Goa for power sector. For what purpose we do not know. By sacrificing thousands and tens and thousands of trees through the Western Ghats and to the wildlife sanctuary and to the forest. Sustainability is a question. Next question in the burning issue is the coal transportation, which is polluting everybody, which is not beneficial to the state at all. Is that sustainable? So, government sector is the place where addressing of this issue. Whether the projects are sustainable or not, they have to measure them. So, it would be nice to address this to the government sector as well, because that they will draw a huge contribution to a sustainability and having a proper balance between the environment and environment and environmental impact, minimum environmental impact on our ecology. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. One more person was there.
Rangnath, I think you should move on. There's a lot of agenda on the valedictory. We will request the participants to post them on the chat, and then we'll answer them subsequently.
Yeah, I think.
Sir, Mr. Jerry, Rangnath sir, Mr. Jerry can discuss with me personally. I have a lot of things to discuss with him about the government agenda and what are
you two can contact each other and discuss about it. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Rajkumar. Thank you, friends. That was a good session in which a lot of questions have been put forth, and our team also equally well responded, and it was a good session. Now I think we'll move on to our valedictory session. I request Secretary of the Bengaluru Center of Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India, Mr. Shrikant Chanat, to make his comments on the entire series, and go ahead with this. Mr. Chanat.
headquarters on which we were not having earlier, and we had to depend on.
Mr. Chalal, can you just hold on a minute? I'll mute all, and then you can unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. Good evening to all the participants. Thanks for providing the web platform, which we did not have earlier. And for the full-fledged all over webinars. And this series actually started, the seeds of this series, we can say, I can call it, on a good Sunday morning, our engineer called me and told something new is coming up, and we are not at all catching up the thing, the momentum that is going on in this thing. Because the last day there was a lecture by Dr. Ajit Sabnis in some of the webinar, which has put the seeds in our head that something has to be done for our engineers also to know something about the sustainability part. And if we don't have this knowledge, our engineers will be deprived of this particular knowledge and maybe inferior to the other professionals, or compared to the other category of our construction industry. Then we and Dr. agreed to over the shoulders, and he said program and expert lecture arranged a doctor, and the series was kicked off on 26 September 2020 by our national president, Dr. M.U. Ashwath. The first, second, third, and fifth lectures were given by Dr. Sabnis, the fourth one by Engineer Rajendra Kalvavi, the sixth one by Dr. Engineer Rajkumar Kacharle, seventh one by Dr. Manohan Kalgal, eighth one by Dr. Raghunathan, and ninth one by Dr. M.U. Ashwath sir. And today is the 10th and the last panel discussion and valedictory function. I would that these lectures were of very informative, very innovative, and quite educating. Average attendance was 160 on an average, and the around 35. That this was created here for the students, practicing engineers, academicians, and so many professionals. Success of this series should go to our eminent lecturers who are the stalwarts in their own domains. And I fail in my duty if I don't mention the hard work of Engineer D. Ranganath and the supports of our chairman, Engineer Rajesh Kannan, our treasurer Savin Kumar, then our MC members and the office bearers of the ACC. Altogether, it was a wonderful series, and I hope every participant had inculcated at least some of the initial awareness regarding the sustainability, its basic instincts, generalized civil engineering applications, how to practice sustainability, to save materials for the future, to save water for the future, to save environment for the future, and to save all our natural resources for our next generations. It is always the endeavor of the Bangalore Center to contribute and disseminate the knowledge from the experts of the industry and of the academicians to benefit the society at large. Try hard to contribute the same, and I will appeal all the participants to look forward for the fresh announcement very soon from ACC Bangalore Center on engineering profession series and much more than this. Please be in touch with ACCE network like ACC web, WhatsApp groups, Telegram web app, the emails. As mentioned earlier, we will issue the participant certificates very soon from next week, and the participants who does not receive within 15 days can call to ACC office and get the certificates. With this, I give it back to Dr. D. Rangnath, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. That was you should be very happy, man, with the way the series has gone off, and it has benefited almost all the participants who were here through and through all the 9 and 10 sessions. Now, friends, I would just like to brief you on the various aspects that have taken place in this particular series of on sustainable engineering. I have made a summary. I'll just go through it. Warm greetings to all of our friends here. We have had a wonderful learning on sustainable engineering over the last 9 weeks. Today was the 10th and the concluding session. All of us were eagerly looking forward to Saturday's 4:30 p.m. In fact, the enthusiasm was so high that more than 50% of the attendees used to log in to the WebEx platform by 4 p.m. itself. Credit for this should go to the organizers, Bangalore Center of the Association of Consulting Civil Engineers, the chairman, secretary, treasurer, and all the managing committee members who proactively planned and made these knowledge sharing sessions a reality for the benefit of all of us. Special mention and kudos to the chairman of ACCI Institute's working group and project leader of this SES series, Dr. Ajay Sarkis. He visualized and stitched together the topics and leading experts in the industries to articulate the presentations. Thank you, Dr. Ajay Sarkis. Friends, the series was an eye-opener for many of us. We got exposed to certain terminologies related to sustainability and gathered the impact of built environment on natural environment. We understood the sustainability goals that are set under various categories, browsed upon embodied energy, embodied carbon, LCA methods, and such parameters for sustainable design. Several examples of live projects were also projected for a better understanding. Engineer Rajendra Kalbavi briefed us on the importance and necessity for using the 3 components of water, light, and air in a balanced manner for a sustainable life. Engineer Rajkumar presented the role of alternative materials available for ensuring sustainability in civil engineering projects. Dr. Manmohan Kalgal took us through the journey of making and using various components of concrete, the impact of concrete making at every stage, and ways to mitigate the same. Several emerging technologies being developed, keeping the sustainability goals in mind, were colorfully presented by Dr. Kalgal. Dr. S. Raghunath enlightened us about the codal provisions in NBC 2016 pertaining to sustainable development. He also discussed case studies of rural and urban buildings to highlight importance of understanding the aspirations of the stakeholders and choosing appropriate technologies that address several constraints simultaneously, thereby approaching sustainable development. Finally, Dr. M.U. Ashwath, National President of ACCEI, made a presentation of role of academia in achieving sustainability development goals. He displayed several statistics in the global scenario as well as Indian scenario and briefed us on several steps being taken in the educational arena to ensure sustainability concepts that are incorporated in the textbooks. He also highlighted key features being implemented in the new education policy. Friends, all the salient features were tactfully presented by the speakers over the last 9 weeks. But the question is, what next? How do we move forward? How can we render our services in sustainable development? Can experts simplify the process of implementation and bring out easy to adapt and implement systems so that the sustainability concept is widespread for ASAP results, as soon as possible results? I'm sure with the way technology is galloping, that day is not far off. Friends, let's join hands and make our dreams come true. And thank you all for participating in this particular series, which has enthused us much more with the interactions and with the presence of all of you in this series. I thank you very much again. And now I request our project leader, Dr. Ajit Sabnis, to discuss about the series that has been presented under his leadership, and also the questions what was put forth. What next? Dr. Sabnis.
Yeah, thank you, Rangnath. Before going to what next question, I think I would like to just take this opportunity and conclude the present. I take this opportunity certainly to thank all the speakers, other speakers other than me, who readily agreed for our request to be a part of this wonderful journey what we had. And then they shared their knowledge so effectively that I'm sure all the participants have been benefited. Thank you, Dr. Kalgal, Dr. Ashwath, Dr. Rangnath, Engineer Rajkumar, Kalbhavi. And it's a wonderful teamwork. And then thank you also for you and the entire team behind for moderating this and then putting all the things together. Because I will not get another opportunity, so I thought I would like to let me take this opportunity and thank all the speakers and as well as all the participants. Now, we have all talked, and then I have also said what next. But I would like to I have pointed it out, so not to waste time. I have just read it out. So what next can be expected from the Sustainability Engineering Institute? And see, future, like summarizing all these things, what we have discussed through the question and answers, etc. I have following few points. I mean, these are just the pointers. Then probably I suggested a committee can be formed and they can take forward how do we go ahead. Now, the first one is to work together with town planners, designers, architects, builders, developers, and all stakeholders that are included in construction industry for sustainability implementation part of it. ACCE can bring out small booklets about sustainable development. And I would like to tell you that on a larger scale, on an international scale, there is what is coming up as good practice guidance framework for sustainable infrastructure to be published. I have talked in my previously, I did talk about how infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure is connected with several goals, sustainability development goals, but this handbook and everybody, every nation is supposed to bring this good practices, guidance framework, etc. Maybe I think National Building Code or the other BIS will get involved in this as a special edition. Probably ACCE should also take this hint forward. This is still in the draft stages. We can definitely come out with a draft and then present it to the government level, Indian government level, so that good practices guidance framework for sustainable infrastructure, India's perspective, and that can be published. The next one is, as I would take forward, I somehow sorry for this idea, very idea of extremely complicated, extremely theoretical. I mean, how far can we go ahead repeating the same sentences that it is extremely complicated, it's extremely theoretical? What is complicated? We never used any, it was a simple multiplication put in an Excel sheet. And first of all, Who are it is complicated to whom? It is complicated to those people who are not engineers. And here we are addressing a group of engineers, and I'm sure as taking forward what Dr. Ram Prakash said, I think the charity should begin at home. I think today let all the members of ACC, let us take an oath to whatever maximum extent possible, let us involve this and include this, infuse the sustainability practices in our own projects. And we are the guides. We should be able to impress upon the designers and the owners, and to the extent possible. Nobody is asking us to implement 100% of it. So let us not complicate it and distance ourselves, saying that it is extremely complicated. And the concern as engineers, we should take responsibility, and then we should make it easier. And that is one part of it. So in view of this, setting an example, ACC members should come forward and make a commitment that they shall follow sustainability principles to the extent possible in their projects. And ACC can also develop a rating system in association with some reputed university. And I am also in touch with, I would like to share this, I am also in touch with few reputed international universities who are also working on different rating systems. I would like, so if ACC as an organization can come together with those kind of things for developing rating sustainability system, along with which is more suitable, which is more diversified, and which is not complicated, which is actually easily accessible, and that should be developed by ACC. And next thing is inspire real-time based research in the field together with academic institutions. See, here I would like to bring it in a point. It's very easy to say that a ready kind of a calculator should be made available. But dear friends, it is not that easy. See, we have a very simple individual building. We have the bill of quantities, we can calculate, and then for that particular building, we can do it. We can do that in a cluster of buildings because manual calculations can be possible. But we cannot generalize, we cannot normalize, saying that, okay, I am putting this material, I am putting so much of quantity, what should be my sustainability level? It requires huge amount of data collection, huge amount of parameters to be analyzed and then normalized, and then bring it to a general platform. Lot of statistics, mathematics will be involved, and then I'm sure then academics like all engineering colleges we should be taking. So it's a long, very long process. But definitely with the available data, we should be able to give some kind of a simplistic calculator that should be evolved by ACC. And introducing the new fast infrastructure and sustainable infrastructure tool navigator, which I just talked about, then ACC should join the sustainable infrastructure community of learners, which connects experts engaged across the world. And in terms of capacity development and infrastructure capacity building, these may appear as a very long shot or distant imagination. They're not imagination. It is possible. And one step, I think we need to bring in these ideas and then think about it, visualize them, crystallize them. We definitely need oriented mindsets to start working on this selflessly. And then it should be possible. Otherwise, we really don't have time, the kind we really cannot afford to, waste any more time on these issues. And we also, United Nations Environmental Program also is looking for case studies. It is called for case studies of sustainable buildings built across the world. And we have an opportunity, what exactly, for every participant here, for every consultant, we can definitely, if we have sustainability development, sustainable buildings, which are actually as case studies, we can actually promote them and we can give them as case studies. This is a possibility where, and ACC can bridge a gap between, play a major role in this, in bridging the gap. And integration of sustainability across the infrastructure life cycle through need-based, system-level integrated approaches should be taken up by ACC. And last but not least, actually, Dr. Ram Prakash took my words. But anyway, thank you, Dr. Ram Prakash. and instituting an award. So I would like to take this opportunity. ACC has got about 16 or 17 awards already in its kitty, and there is nothing like Green Award. So I would like to take this opportunity to announce ASP SDI ACCE Green Award from next year. The relevant criteria, etc., will be made known to all the people, and this will be instituted by ASP SDI, and it is going to be called as ASP SDI ACCE Green Award, which will be there from the next year. So these are the few points, and these are actually the points which are next. And this is one more important thing, is we should get connected with the government. This is the right time, and Karnataka government is also with the respective governments. And in Karnataka, we can take this. And because I'm referring to Karnataka, because Bangalore Center is playing a major role in hosting this. That's why it's a suggestion to Bangalore Center. The Bangalore Center should come forward and take this to the government sector to the extent possible. Let us go meet the concerned secretaries, principal secretaries, and ministers, and let us try to educate even the government engineers, try to help them. There was earlier suggestion that irrigation engineers also can be included. Why irrigation engineers? The entire civil engineering, entire infrastructure connected with civil engineering projects and then buildings, etc., everything can be included. I think these are the few points which actually Sustainable Engineering Vertical Institute can take it forward in the coming years. Thank you once again for each and every one of you for having made this program extremely successful. And this is only a beginning. And I'm sure we are going to hear, we are already planning, which is going to be the next one. We would like to involve a lot of other specialists who are going to come. There are a lot of NGOs who are working relentlessly on this issue, especially the younger generation who are coming. And they're all entrepreneurs. They are all able to convert sustainability ideas. Also talking, as Rajman said, they're also talking in terms of how every idea should be self-sustainable. So it all becomes, the younger generation is responding extremely positive to all these things. So as a group, as ACC members, we will take forward and do our might. It's impossible to do everything, but let us contribute. As Kalgal said, one step. So at least we are 6,000 plus members. Let us take 6,000 steps towards this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sabnis. That was a wonderful talk, and kudos to you for all the efforts that have been put in. Before we move on to the next...
Special thanks to Dr. Ajit Sabnis for announcing the award from next year for that Green Building Award, which he has just announced. So from everyone, we should congratulate and we should appreciate his contribution.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chana. Now, before we move on to the next point on the agenda, I see that there are very senior association members who are there in the audience. I request at least 2 or 3 of them to come forward and share their views on the series, their comments, and probably their advice as to how we move forward. Can I expect anyone to put their hand up and come up?
Yeah, Mr. Raghunath, can I come in?
Yeah,
sure.
Go ahead, Darren.
Okay, just now Dr. Sabnis said that he's put an award, really fabulous. The thing is that the other thing he said is we form a committee and all that. So many times I've seen that, by forming a committee, maybe actually killing a lot of ideas and things for going forward. So what I say is that a group which is interested in sustainability could be defined, 4 or 5 of them. And each of us, if we see something on sustainability, we could zero in on passing it on to that group. And, having it being vibrant to circulate to all the members, some developments which are taking place both nationally and internationally. And the other thing is that, they say that 1% practice is better than 99% preaching. So what I say is that if you have all these lectures which have been made here, it could be compiled into one file, soft copy or whatever, and it could be form as a handbook to all the consultants who wish to work on sustainability in their design, so that it will be handy to all of them, because I find that the compilation is very good in all of the lectures, and it's going to be very much useful for persons who wish to incorporate sustainability. I think in that direction that could be done, and this group of sustainability could give the answers or give the guidelines to people who want to be initiated into this subject in the future. This is what I thought I'd share with you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amprakash. Yeah, for your information, at the headquarters level of the Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India, there is already a working group which is working on several aspects of civil engineering. One such is ACCI Institute Working Group, of which Dr. Sadness is a chairman. And he has already devised 4 different verticals on that. One of the verticals is sustainability development. And in fact, today, this particular series is being designed and executed by that particular group. And there is already a committee in that. I'm sure Dr. Ajit Sadness will take forward all the points that have been suggested and move forward on that particular line. Thank you, Dr. Ramprakash. Any other seniors, please? We'll be very happy to hear from our seniors, their wisdom words.
Sir,
yeah.
Olav from Goa.
Oh, Olav, please go ahead.
Sir, we have to hand over our earth to the next generation. And I think this is the right direction that we have taken in. I thank ACC for taking the lead. We definitely need to hand this earth to the next generation at least in the way it is, if not in a better condition. And we have been destroying it. I think we civil engineers are a lot responsible for it. So let us look forward and do something in that line. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kamal. I see Dr. Jagdish here. Dr. Jagdish, can we hear from you?
Ranganath, Dr. S.P. Anchuri is raising his hand.
Yeah. Dr. Anchuri, please go ahead.
Namaste. I am neither junior or senior, so I was hesitant to talk. So if you permit me, I will put my views.
Please, please. All enthusiasts are seniors here.
Yeah, thank you. In fact, I couldn't any of the series because of parallel. I was with some green movement, similar program. But overall, the Dr. Ajit Sabnis and all others who have worked for this entire series is very good. But friends, again, when we were discussing the entire life cycle of any built space, that right from the planning, designing, execution, operation, maintenance is on one side, and the occupant or users, it's on the other side. So it's not only we have to work. It's entire, right from the concept to the entire life cycle of the building or structure. I feel we need to collaborate because when I was hearing sustainability, I think more than 1,000 times we heard within 1.5 hours. But the reality from the occupant side, because being an architect, again, let me be very frank, we need to talk right from the day one of the requirement of the client. So the mindset of the people is required to be changed. So ACCE fundamentally, where I'm also playing a vital role, I think we need to bring and collaborate with entire engineering fraternity. In that, architecture and civil and all others are a small part. And I request Dr. Aswath, academicians, to bring the students of all the fraternities together and have some kind of a workshops, because we have student chapters in entire fraternity, right? That may be ICI, that may be ACC, that may be any chapter, I think we need to work out right from the roots, and we need to bring that awareness right from the planning to the execution side. I think proper, I want to say, like MIT and others, because the virtual platform is very important now, we need to bring out the handouts and some kind of a guidelines where the basic requirement from the client itself will change. The material science, natural design and other things plays vital role. And already many of us are working with the government on different levels other than the codal provisions. I think we need to have some kind of a workshop where we can integrate or where we can exchange the ideas and bring that, because the rating systems and all other things are already there, but I think we need to understand. So we need to understand where our role as a material scientist or the designers come into the picture. That will take us ahead, and I think it's a good exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anchuri. That was nice. Anyone else? Yeah. If that is the case, we will move on to the next point on our agenda. I request our National President, Dr. M.U. Ashwath, to give his presidential address. Dr. Ashwath.
Good evening, Rangnath and the program leader, Ajit Sabnis, and all the participants. I will not take much time because as per the schedule 5:45, we are supposed to close the program. It's already 6:33. 6:33. Okay. As all of us know, and many of the new participants here, for your information, if you look at the website of ACCE, Association of Consulting Civil Engineers, we have made a bold statement that our core value as nation builders, we are endowed with creating a new era which is sustainable, a new dawn where we value our limited natural resources, and a new world order where our future generations can breathe a sigh of relief. So this is what we stated as our core value. Accordingly, when the 1921 term took over, we formed several working groups, and one of the working group is ACCI institutes, and we declared that there will be several verticals or several groups under institutes. Some of them are alternative building materials, design institute, construction institute, infrastructure institute, and sustainability institute. So these are the institutes that we announced, and we had a brainstorming session during the orientation program. And the objective of all these institutes was to focused deliberations and dissemination of knowledge, regular interactions with similar organizations, updates on global trends, subject experts and technical groups, and certification programs. So this is what we announced, and accordingly, several working groups have started off with the identified objectives. And I'm very happy under the institutes, under the chairmanship of Dr. Ajit Sabnis, has taken up this very seriously, and in fact he has created several verticals, and he called all the institutes under sustainability heads, because every aspect of construction industry, whether it is material, whether it is design or construction or infrastructure, everything should be sustainable. And he has given a lot of focus and direction to the sustainability aspects, and especially the Sustainability Engineering series conducted with the Association of Bangalore Center has created a lot of interest and motivated many of the consultants and members participated to think about this and learn more about sustainability issues. And I'm sure there will be many people who will put it to use in their day-to-day activities in the construction industry. And those from the academic institutions, definitely they will motivate the student community to imbibe these qualities and work on the sustainability aspects. So I would like to thank the Bangalore Center Chairman, Mr. Rajesh Kannan, and other office bearers, Shrikant Channel, Savina, and team, and the program moderator, D. Ranganath, for taking a lot of initiative in this. And parallelly, he was also mentioning that the publications committee will also bring out a booklet on the proceedings of these deliberations which has been done over the last 2 months. And I am very happy and I compliment all the members who have taken initiatives in this direction. And my special thanks to all the speakers, the subject matter experts. Most of them are, in fact, all of them are practicing engineers who have used these sustainability in their practices. And I thank all of them on behalf of Association of Consulting Civil Engineers India. And similarly, I am also looking at the other institutes, the other verticals also will take up issues connected to sustainability and conduct some of the activities. And other working groups also carry out a similar kind of knowledge dissemination sessions. Once again, thank you very much, the program leader, Dr. Ajit Sabnis, and Bangalore Center team, and the coordinator, D. Ranganath, for an excellent series. And as our one of the expert, Dr. Raghunath mentioned, we keep on deliberating on this. We should have more and more interactive sessions like this, and then automatically people will start using the principles of sustainability in their activities, in their practices. Thank you very much. Over to the coordinator.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. That was a good presentation about what the association is doing with various working groups. Thank you for that. I now call upon Mr. Savina Tirthahalli, Treasurer of Bangalore Center of ACCI, to propose vote of thanks. Mr. Savina.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everyone. It's my vote of thanks today on behalf of ACC Bangalore Center and on behalf
Little louder, Mr. Savina. Little louder. Come closer to the mic.
On behalf of ACCA Bangalore Center and on behalf of all the participants here, I would like to thank Dr. Ajit Sabnis for leading the entire series and make it a grand success. Thank you very much, sir. Also for instituting the new award for sustainability. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank all wonderful speakers for sharing their knowledge throughout this series. Dr. Ajit Sabnis, Principal Consultant, ASP, STI Bangalore, Engineer Rajendra Kalbavi, Executive Director, Dakshin Kannada Nirmiti Kendra, Engineer Rajkumar, MD, Drumataru, Consultant, Hyderabad, Dr. Raghunath, Professor, BMS College of Engineering, Dr. Manmohan R. Kalgal, Technical Advisor, Ultratech Cements, Dr. M.U. Ashwath, Principal, Bangalore Institute of Technology. I would like to thank Engineer Ranganath for moderating the entire series and making it more. Thank you very much, sir. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Ashwath and Dr. Rajesh Kannan, Secretary General and Chairman, Bangalore Center, for their continuous support and encouragement. Would like to make a special mention of Engineer Srikanth, General Secretary, Bangalore Center, for all the contribution for this series. Would like to thank all the management committee members of ACCA Bangalore Center for their continuous support. Would like to thank staff at ACCA, Annegowda, Diksha, Ekambaram, and Venkatesh. Last but not least, would like to thank all the participants who actively participated in all the lectures and motivated us to bring more programs in the coming days. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I will request everyone to stand for the national anthem. Just a moment.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्रविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा जल जल तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जाते तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जय गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Jai Hind.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Have a great weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Rangnath, you're there? Rangnath,
Yeah.
you're
Hello.
there?
Yeah, but it is not closing down. Shut down ಮಾಡಿದೆ. It is hanging. I don't know what the problem is.
I think we missed a reference for about for ECI and certificates which are going to be given to students. Did Savina or Srikanth mention about it?
No, sir, I didn't mention actually. Oh.
Hello? Hello? Yeah. No, I think we have missed that. Hello? We missed mention.